Hey, 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 what's going on, everyone? Damn, this camera always messing up on me. Alright, because I had to delete it again. Alright, 1 second here, as it always seems to be. Alright, there we go. What's going on, everybody? We're going to be doing more Run 8 shenanigans today. Hopefully with less shenanigans than last time. But, yep, we're right where we left off here. Just a little bit uh, near Tehachapi, if I'm not mistaken here. Where the hell are we? There we are, Bealville. Yep. And this train up here at Cliff is one that was just passing us at the end of the last stream. Um, I've had it sitting here for a little bit, and he just departed and went off that way. So, oh wait, whoops. Helps if I'm showing what's going on. All right. So yeah, we're here at Bealville. And this train over here at Cliff is the one that just left right next to me when the last stream happened, and I mean, nothing happened. You can't prove it. Nothing happened. So we're just going to be sitting here waiting for just a few short minutes, hopefully, until we can get a signal in the mix. So in the meantime, we'll just sit here and wait for the green. Because what else can you do? Let me disable this, disable that one, so I can bring up the one here. There we go. Alright, and now for whatever reason it looks like our external locomotive display window. There we go, there it is. Got that all set up already too. My cat is in heat. You'll have to forgive me. She's the one we didn't get fixed, and she's a handful. So if she comes in here and starts squeaking up a storm, you'll just have to ignore it. I apologize. If I close the door, she'll scratch at the door and try to get in anyway. She's notorious for doing that with my closet door of all things, which even if she did get in there, there's nothing in there she would want. She'd just hide in there, and I've accidentally closed her in there before. Cats. Like I was saying on the last stream, if you want to have kids, have cats or dogs first. If you're not feeling quite adventurous, have cats. They're probably a little bit more on the tame side of things. If you're feeling a little bit more on the adventurous side, I'd say go for a dog. Depends on what kind of person you are. If you're a little bit more outgoing, maybe get the dog so you can go for walks with them. But yeah, that's my my 2 cents that nobody asked for, which seems to happen a lot here. But it is what it is. You know what? I just realized too. You gotta. There we go. I'll do that because I don't know if the dispatcher even knows we're here right now. I do have external dispatcher set up, but I also have automatic dispatcher, so I don't know if that's gonna cooperate and play nice. I guess we'll see. I think the engine is shut down now too. I think we got the auto start stop kicked in. And just make sure everything's okay here on the audio side of things. Looks like it should be. I think everything should be just about the same as last time. I haven't touched anything since then. Engine start stop control is active. But if I just move the reverser, pretty sure it should just come away. Yep, there we go. There we go. Not a green. advanced approach. Just give her a second here to start up. I'm gonna put up the DPU fence. I'm gonna get the units on the rear going full bore before we even think about releasing the brakes, because if I don't, we're gonna start rolling backwards. Alright, these are loading up. Doing just fine now. These rear units are starting to use the sander. You can see I can take them down just a notch. Gotta change the horn back to something a little bit more on the normal side, I think. That is pretty funny though. I totally forgot to change the horn to 8200 there. I've got everything in notch 7 now. Here we are. What do we change it to? Let's see, probably a K3 or a K5. Yep, that'll do. Probably gonna get some DPU errors here too, with the tunnel and all the hills and curves. That's very common in this area, that the signal gets lost. They typically use cell towers close to the tracks to transmit and receive data to and from the locomotives at one end to the others. Actually, a pretty neat system. Very complicated, very complex. I'm not going to pretend I know anything more about it than that. Alright, another advanced approach. Not quite on this guy's tail, but we're close enough. But considering the speed limit here is snail's pace, I don't think we have anything much to worry about either, so. Are still slightly accelerating. Oh, I take it back. I'm slightly decelerating. It goes back and forth. Can't decide what it's doing. Bring the lead units here to 8. See what happens. Lost or something. Oh no, that's the distance counter. We're gonna put slow speed control on. So we shouldn't accelerate past this. Not unless we start going down a hill at least. Center reverser. I think that's just telling me to center the reverser handle if I want to use the automatic engine start-stop system. Okay, DPU error. No. Just lost communication there for a moment. And restored it. Now it's off again. Means the next signal is probably going to be a red boy. Speed limit is 23, but I'm going to keep going 15 here. Since I got the red board probably coming up on me. How the engine's status is doing here, actually, just for gets and shiggles. So you've done 7s, so we can stabilize the amps. The traction motors are all at about 201 degrees, 202. They are increasing in temperature, which is no surprise, considering we're sending them, just about 1200 volts, or 1200 amps rather. Looks good here. Fuel pressure is 76 psi. Water pressure is 55. Lube oil pressure is 90. Temperature is 180 degrees for lube oil and water. Intake manifold. Temperature is 84 degrees, so I guess our turbocharger's air intake. Off the fence here. So we're probably going to just take them down one notch at a time. Once we get fully into the siding here. That is, of course, depending on the signal. We may be good to go, we may be clear. Won't know until we get there. Might have been just because this was a little bit of a shorter block. The train ahead of us didn't have time to fully clear it before we got that signal. So the next signal may very well be a little bit more permissive than a stop, which just hope it's it should be a grade signal too, if I'm not mistaken. It should have a grade board on it, grade sign, which is a sign with a G on it, and basically that means if this signal is red, you're okay to pass it at restricted speed because we're on a crazy hill and you might not be able to get started again. But that, of course, is all dependent on what exactly is happening. If there's another train coming, obviously you're not going to want to pass that signal. Let's just zoom ahead here. Cheat a little bit. Yeah, see, now we got a clear. We're good to go. Clear all the way up. Alright. Get back into the cab. Take off the slow speed control. Start accelerating again. Heck, we'll take it to 8. I'm pretty sure we're technically overloading the traction motors here. I'm pretty sure that GE traction motors can technically only take 1050 amps. At least these 752s. The more modern ones. The AC ones, they don't have a limit. You can give them as much as you want. They don't care. And they will pull. AC traction is pretty incredible stuff. Or as some people like to call it, black magic fuckery. Because how does it work? Magic. Just like steam locomotives and their injectors. How does it work? Magic. Of course, that is not inherently true, but that's the joke. Most people don't really understand how that works. Because you can't quite pump water and steam together. It's just not how the laws of thermodynamics work. You can only pump one state of matter, not a gas and a liquid. It has to be a gas or a liquid. They will not both flow. So steam locomotive injectors, actually, they use basically just force. They're using steam pressure, slamming it into the back of the water to force it up the pipes, and it moves at such an incredible velocity that it makes its way past the check valves, which force it into the boiler against the pressure. Not quite as magical as some people would think, but still a pretty cool concept. Especially considering it was created in Scotland in, I don't even remember, more than 200 years ago. It is old technology. Actually, maybe about 200 years ago at this point. Speaking of Scotland, steam technology, and a long, long time ago, I recently found out that James Watt, the perfecter of the modern steam engine, if you will, apparently he married his cousin. I'm not going to say that ruins things for me, but, well, I don't think I need to say anything else. I think it kind of speaks for itself. Let's see. Oh yeah. Our temperatures and pressures are going to rise here because we're in the tunnel. It would not at all surprise me if I got a hot engine warm at some point throughout this trip. 200 degrees. Oh, I have to cool down real quick. Actually, it started cooling down again already. Yeah, that's the problem with locomotives having the radiators at the rear and at the top. It makes sense, except for when you're going into a tunnel. then all the hot exhaust gases and all the hottest air is already up at the highest point of the tunnel. So you're trying to cool the water, and in the case of these more modern engines, especially the GEs with the intercoolers, the lubricated oil as well, you're trying to cool all that using hot air, basically, and that does not work well. It's like trying to get into a hot tub to cool down. That's not how that works. Even if you throw ice in there, it's not going to cool you down. At least not for long. I'm laughing because I'm thinking about somebody being dumb enough to do that. You know someone has. You know someone has. Doesn't start to cool itself down, it will shut itself down to prevent catastrophic failures and damages beyond your wildest dreams. Melted radiator core, seized piston rings, melted ones, all kinds of crazy stuff. Usually I think the turbocharger would be the first thing to fail though, because it's just already incredibly hot. It's pulling in hot air. I mean, it depends on the locomotive, because with this one you've got the intercooler. EMDs don't typically have intercoolers. They just run the lube oil for it through the same system as everything else. At least the older ones do, you know, SD40-2s and SD60s. Anything using 710 probably has an intercooler, but anything using 645 probably not. Unless it was upgraded, of course, but stock from the factory at EMD, I doubt it. I think last time we were talking about how the numbers on the ends of the locomotive engine model designate cubic inches of displacement per cylinder for the EMD engines. So you figure the bigger the engine, the more air you're going to need to pull in to keep it running. With the 710 versus the 645, 710 cubic inches of displacement per cylinder, as opposed to 645 cubic inches of displacement per cylinder. Wow, that's a mouthful. But yeah, that means you're pulling in more air to let the engine breathe. You're also creating more heat in the process by recycling more exhaust gases, and therefore you'll need more efficient cooling, which is why I'm thinking there's probably an intercooler on the bigger 710 engines. Especially ones like the V20 monsters they put in some engines. Like GE with their HDL, the 7HDL engine that they put in the AC6000 CWs that CSX used. I believe Union Pacific had a handful of them as well. These were 6,000 horsepower, single unit locomotives, hardly bigger than the ones here. Just a little bit bigger. But you can always tell, or you could always tell the difference, because they actually had two exhaust jacks right next to each other. Because they had two turbochargers. Twin turbo locomotive engine. Can you imagine I've ever been next to one of them before, but hot damn. Of course, they've all been downgraded and downrated. I don't think any of them still use the HDL engine, which is kind of a shame. If I'm not mistaken, the turbochargers were designed by German engineers as well. So, that made for some interesting things for us Americans. We always call it German over-engineering. But in reality, German stuff is typically much more reliable than, say, British stuff. Sorry guys, if you need an example of that, just look at the history of British railways. Everything was constantly setting itself on fire, or failing, or just generally out to kill someone, so... At least in the diesel era. But there was never really a standardization with a lot of concepts and parts and things, so it's kind of understandable when you think about it. You have the Napier Deltics. They used opposed piston designs in a triangular format, so each cylinder bank, instead of it being 2 cylinders in a V shape, it was 3 cylinders in a triangle. Or even with the FMs, you had the opposed piston designs where they're literally just coming at each other vertically. Instead, they were doing it in a triangular pattern, which is an incredible thing. Very complex engines, and yet relatively simple at the same time. They were made for aircraft design. Then they ended up using them in a few locomotives. That is pretty cool. But then, you had, I believe there were Swiss Sulzer engines. And some German stuff with the Hutmach. There's another one, I don't remember. But yeah, there was just no standardization with the engine manufacturers. Brush traction was probably the most reliable, but it was also homebrew of the English Electric. So, you had it all being made right there. You would think at that point you would have some pride in your country and make it as reliable and efficient as possible. And I guess that seems to be what ended up being their final selection in the long run, considering so many of their locomotives were also exported and sent around the world, as well as being used right there on the island in the UK. The UK. No, I am not okay. That was such a dad joke. I'm so ashamed of myself. Just cruising here, sticking around 18 miles an hour. Our limit is 23, but we're not going to be making that speed anytime soon for the looks of things, which is okay. Slow and steady wins the race, especially as we pass. I figure it's like 90 degrees or higher out here in the Mojave Desert all the time, except at night.
UP detector milepost 347.0.
There's the detector. Pray nothing's out of whack. stop. That's not gonna be a fun time. Not at all. Let's see where are we now? Coming up on Woody. Way long, I believe, is right where the Tehachapi Loop is. So that'll be cool to see. After that, it's just gonna be a run down through here. We're gonna go set the Sandhorn, and then we'll go. Oh boy, that's not good. Looks like every siding here is. Oh, I'm gonna have to go clean up that mess manually on it. Oh boy. But yeah, that's not gonna be cool. That's gonna be very bad, I'm sure. I'm not going to be able to make it around here. This is a bottleneck. There's two trains taking up both tracks there, and neither one of them seems to be going anywhere. So I'm going to have to delete something, I guess. Maybe we'll come up to a red signal at some point, and then I'll be able to sort that out. Let's just foam at this, I guess.
Detector, milepost 347.0. No defects.
Good.
No defects. Total axle 300. Train speed 16 mph. Ambient temperature 5 degrees. Detector out.
Stop signal. I bet there's something coming at us. There's something there going over the loop, but I think that's the train ahead of us. Yep, here it is, the Tehachapi Loop. So we're gonna end up coming under here through this tunnel and then around the loop and over our own train. Alright, we've got the proceed on signal indication, which means that approach signal probably is irrelevant now. Oh my goodness. I don't know why I'm so tired right now. I got coffee. Yeah, there we go. That's an advanced approach. So we should be clear now. As long as nothing drops dead, because running these engines hard like this for extended amounts of time. Traction motor's going up to 280 degrees. Oil pressure temperature is 91 degrees. Oil and water 191. back and let it do its thing. It's a white car over here. Not gonna. It's just a 10 car sitting over there to that destination. Not just some sort of towers over here. Huh, interesting. I wonder what they are. I wonder if they're fuel. Rolling up the hill. I kind of wish it was like open rails, but fast forward time a little bit. See the time department. Interesting. It counts for time zones. So it's synced up to California time, not my time. It's like, cool. That's what I was looking for, but I check. It's great. Hill. That's a whole lot worse. The Tehachapi loop up here was created as a means of helping to ease the grade instead of taking the train and running the tracks from here to here and going up this crazy incline over here, or cutting or easing the grade that way. Instead, they were just like, nah, we'll just loop it around itself. And it's a real marvel of engineering. But man, imagine how much worse the grade would be otherwise. Here's that other train that's ahead of us. He's also going to Barstow, if I'm not mistaken. Oh goodness. It's just one of those kind of trips that makes you want to keep your feet up and take a nap. Yeah, I'm sure in reality, anything to do. But, most of them have cameras, so it makes it a little bit hard to do some of the video awareness systems that, I don't know, probably one of those that use these days. There are systems out there on the market that monitor you and they can kind of tell if you're sleeping. And if they can tell that you're sleeping, not only does it report you to your superiors, but it sets off the alarm wake you up. Considering some of the most overworked people in the country are people that work for the railroad, you know, they sit here and they take little micro naps while they're sitting there in the cab. You know, obviously, a much more responsible way than just passing out and calling it a day. We've got the order system for a reason. It goes off every minute or two. It doesn't detect any movement of the dropped it probably. If I drop the throttle down a notch, start I guess I better come over here real quick too and remove one of these, if not both of them. I think I'll just get rid of both of them to be safe. That way traffic can keep flowing over here and maybe we don't have to worry so much. But if we're going to be able to make it. Alright. Try to remember signals from two different coasts of the United States. They are not the same. It's not a lot of respect. cause excessive wear on the wheels or the rails. They are very prone to this part. Crossing coming up. Oh, I totally forgot we were going over the loop. Oh well. I didn't get a good shot of staying where we were. Just as bad as it were. But yeah, slowly but surely picking up. Approach. Not for another mile and a half. So probably be fine by the time we get there. Especially against the speed starts picking up right here. More so. Unless you're going over the crossover. Somewhere. Somewhere. Here now. So. What do we got? That's a Q train. What's this? Oh. So what's the deal? Why are we stuck? I think I see the problem here. Oh, sorry, Barpass. You're fired. Removed. Now, rank everyone clear passage. Hopefully. Eventually. This area is always a mess. Never fails. Let's see what we got. Got a clear. Okay. Normally we would have known that by now because modern day BNSF would have had two screen telling us he had a signal different than screaming to slow down it would have been doing one up there. Oh well, probably not. I had to guess. The problem is when I got the screens up how I want them to check on the temperatures of everything, or the DPU monitor. Can't see. Well, this crossing bell warning comes up. But I guess I don't really need another one. Now, so I'm not always looking at the little add-ons here that you guys can see. Mile. Speed limit still 23. Still not gonna be making that. Not at this rate, not on that grade. Oh well. It's a cry and shame, but we're gonna be the slow train to Barstow. Back and enjoy the digital scenery. Oh, look at that. There's the highway. I guess we're making it back to civilization now, huh? Or at least we're on the way. Civilization starts further up the line, right around Mojave. CP Mojave. Oh shit, that's the train ahead of us. He's already all the way up here. which means he's probably accelerating, which is good. Dash on the lead. Under a certain over. Trash arms on the train. Bless his heart. I mean, he didn't build the contest. He didn't put the power on. He just does what he does. I really like the way they sound in this game, but in real life they are pretty much at the end of their lifespan at this point. That's why so many railroads are rebuilding the Dash 9s and some even the Dash 8s. They're just trying to squeeze every last bit of life they can get out of them at this point, but they're not exactly the most reliable things on the planet. I think there's two words that would scare just about any engineer that has operated one of them at this point, and they are hot diodes. You're probably all too familiar with that alarm. Oh, that signal was an approach medium. So, oh boy, another tunnel. Well, I guess I'll check our temperatures. See what goes on. Fortunately, none of these tunnels are really very long, so we shouldn't do too much. I have gotten hot engine alarms in the tunnels on the Trona, right outside of Searle's Yard. That's a crazy one. It's long, it's uphill, and it is grueling. Honestly, I wonder how the real engineers deal with it. I'm sure they probably hate it too. Another tunnel coming. Temperatures are relatively stable still. 192 for everything. Except take that. Oh wow. Another one right after. Just a set of 3. Bam, bam, bam. 195 degrees now. We'll get a chance to cool back down. A little bit. Not quite back to the same as it was, but 93. Another short tunnel. Another one right after too. Holy crap, I forgot how many tunnels there were on this line. I can hear the EPA squealing, just squealing their lungs out in here. Ah, look at all the smoke! Ah! Alco fans rejoice. What do you expect? You go through a tunnel, all the exhaust gases build up. Can't get good fresh air. Choke the engine out a little bit. Roll some coal. What are you gonna do? Hi, Charlie. Hi, Charlie. I almost had the one cat that you guys haven't seen yet. He's kind of a scaredy cat, though. Charlie! Nah, he's gone. Run, Charlie! Run all the way home and don't stop till you get there! Da 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 da. He's just the cutest little guy, though. I say little, but he's a big boy now. I've got pictures of him on my other chair back there on my workstation, and he is just the tiniest little guy at that point. And now he's almost as big as the biggest cat we have now, Tucky. And of course, that's the one he loves. He loves his brother. The speed would start to pick up soon. 17.5 miles an hour. More DPU errors because of the tunnels. Head and approach. Let's see. We're going to probably start getting into bigger signal blocks now, so I wonder which track are we on? Okay. That's another approach right now. Oh, there we go. We're starting to pick up speed. Little by little. Limit's still 23 though, so it doesn't really matter too much. Still accelerating. So, come on, man. Every time I stop and look at it, it turns yellow for a minute. Come on. More speed. More speed. 18.5 miles an hour is just painfully slow in these things. I feel like you walk faster in these things, or at least to keep up the pace. Of course, you wouldn't want to test that here, but... Hey, Eugene, how you doing? Good to see you, good to have you here. We're hopefully getting ready to accelerate a little bit here. We're on the Mojave subdivision. Right here. That yellow train, that's us right here. We're trying to get to here. Not too far from here now. But we're on a steep grade and this train is pulling. Working it hard. Good to hear, good to hear. Good afternoon. Good afternoon indeed. Open. pretty soon, so we can actually start picking up the pace here. I've got it in full bore. We're moving as fast as it'll go. But we're also in the middle of the most dangerous territory in the United States, or at least some of it, because it is the desert, and if you break down here, you're in a bad spot. I don't know what their actual procedure is in real life on Burlington Northern Santa Fe and Union Pacific, but I would assume standard protocol would probably be stay in the cab. Don't go anywhere, just stay put. Because the desert will kill you. And if the heat doesn't kill you, the rattlesnakes will. Or vice versa, depending on how you look at it. If the rattlesnakes don't kill you, the heat will. Just turn you into a raisin and dehydrate you in the sun. Over in Australia, I know that they've got a set of trains that drives themselves automatically through a portion of the desert that is so inherently dangerous that if they were to break down, it would take them days to get a rescue out there, and it would just not be safe for the crews. I always thought that was pretty incredible. They've been doing that for, only know, probably at least 10 years at this point. I don't know, probably longer though. The technology has been there, it's just a matter of, do we really want to replace people to do this job? I mean, I'm pulling, how much was it again? 4,286 feet worth of train. And that is 9,437 tons. It's not something you want to leave up to AI these days, for sure. That's my opinion, though. You can never replace the feel. You can never replace the instinct that you learn. You just, everything is by the seat of your pants. Literally, you feel it in your seat when something goes wrong. You just learn to pick up on the subtle signs. We got an approach signal here. So that means there's that train ahead of us still. Previous signal is approach. Next signal is another 2 miles away. 23 miles an hour is still the limit. But it doesn't matter because we're not making that speed anymore. Same old, same old. Looks like this is slightly more habitable part of the desert though. There's a little bit more greenery here. I guess it's probably not so dry. It's looks like it's in kind of a basin. There's the alert. Just making sure we're still alive and awake. Yes, we are. Just cruising. And that's all. I guess that's something we could talk about. These signs up here that say max speed 75 miles an hour. That is the max rated speed for the traction motors. The traction motors take power from the generator on the locomotive. That's hooked up to the engine back there. And they're planted on each of the axles. But they're actually hooked up through a gearing system. And the gearing system is what allows the maximum speed of the locomotive. Because depending on the gearing setup, you can have more teeth or less teeth, and it'll allow you to go faster or slower when the traction motors are receiving full power. There's a train coming at us. I wonder if that's why we got the approach signal coming up on convergence point. Siding maybe. But yeah, when the traction motors reach that maximum point for the gearing, you can't go any faster. And if you go too much faster than the rated speed of the gears, you will probably destroy the traction motor because it's spinning faster than it's intended to, which everything has its limits, right? You can only go so fast with a car too, and it's not just because of the gearing; it's because the engine's not designed to handle speeds faster than the RPM that it would be moving at when you're in, sixth gear going 110, for example. Um, the engine RPM start going over, 10,000 RPMs. You can probably expect something's going to break. That's the same concept with the traction motors. Of course, there are some smaller engines out there too that will actually use a mechanical drive system, but they are typically very, very small and they don't go very fast. They're usually only intended for switching or shunting moves, moving cars around in an industrial setting or in a yard, making open, taking apart trains that have arrived. They're not really common in the United States, especially not more. You won't see them these days, but I believe there might still be a few in places like Germany, but they are more hydraulic based than they are mechanical. Very similar concept, they just use hydraulic couplings on the traction motors, or on the axles in place of traction motors. But that's a whole different story. And I do not pretend that I know much of anything about them either. I may be a self-proclaimed expert on some of these things, but I'll admit, there are things I don't know too. You only know what you know, and you don't know what you don't know until you know. Enjoy that one. You'll burn your brain out thinking about that one too much. We are accelerating finally. Coming up on 20 miles an hour here. You can hear the traction motor starting to increase the pitch. It's still 23 for the time being, but that is likely going to change. Probably just in the next couple hundred feet or so, once we get our train going on a straight track. Those curves the winding curves and hills that were keeping the speed down so low. Got a crossing coming up too, and the old Mojave Station that I believe goes back to the Southern Pacific days. On the rear end down a little bit so that we can keep pulling the train, keep it nice and stretched, but not go over our speed limit here. Blow the horn for this crossing coming up. Speed limit is now 55. I know I've mentioned the DPU fence a few times here before, but basically what this is it's literally just like a wall of separation between the two units, or the two sets of units, so that I can control ones here on the head end, and this set here on the rear, independently of each other. So I can have these units pushing in notch 8 to help us up a hill, but have the units at the lead end in only notch 5 to prevent the train from, experiencing excessive forces on the couplers and breaking them into a million pieces. Because they're only rated for, I believe, about 300,000 pounds of force. Maybe 240,000 pounds of force, I forget what the actual factor was. But they can only handle so much pulling forces before they break. Try to avoid that as much as possible for obvious reasons. And then for the reasons that are not so obvious, like having to walk all the way back there carrying a 90-pound coupler knuckle to replace it. Not to mention the time that takes off of. Your train could have been moving down the line at 60 miles an hour, but you done goofed up and broke something instead. Now you gotta spend an hour's worth of time walking back and forth, replacing the coupler knuckle, rehooking back up, and then charging up the air lines again, because once the train cars come apart, the air hoses separate, and it's a fail-safe system, so that when you lose air pressure, the brakes come on. The absence of air is what applies the brakes on a train, not the presence of air. If there is air in the brake line, the brakes will be released as long as it's at the designated 90 psi. Once you start reducing that pressure, it starts applying the brakes via means of pushing air into the brake cylinder. It equalizes. That's a topic I've gone on into in a previous stream. It's very complicated. I don't have the brain capacity to go about explaining it again right now. I apologize, but you can feel free to go and watch prior streams if you have any questions about that. There's also some very good videos on YouTube that do explain it, one of which I believe is from the Union Pacific themselves, in which they explain the basic principles of air brakes and their operations. I know Conrail also has a video posted on YouTube as well explaining it. These are old documentaries, old training videos, but they still apply. The technology hasn't changed in, gosh, 100 years or so, at least. That's what's really incredible about it, is that it works so well when George Westinghouse invented it in like 1870 something, that it just hasn't changed all that much. Some of the components have been improved upon, but the general basics of how they function has not. Which is something that's just absolutely incredible. Imagine still using, 200-year-old technology almost, and having it still be so good, you don't need to change it. We're really gaining speed now. Coming up on 50 miles an hour. And the limit for this train is 55 miles an hour. I'm not 100% sure of the reasoning for that, but I know that different types of trains, they're, for example, on most railroads they call them Q trains or Z trains. They're priority manifest trains that have typically intermodal cars, with the cargo within being, mail and things of that nature.
UP detector milepost 363.8 track 2.
That letting me know that brake pressure on the rear end is equalized with brake pressure on the front end here. I wonder if that's the way it is. Play a little bit right now, braking here. Just to keep the speed under control. control a little
detector,
bit more
milepost
priority.
363.8, track 2, no defects, no defects.
No defects.
Total axle 300, train speed 55 mph, ambient temperature 50 degrees, UP detector out.
So yeah, here this actually demonstrates the DPU fencing pretty well. Just gotta just cross it first real quick. Clear signal. So we've got the rear units just sitting there and idle. I've got the front units here. Now full dynamic braking mode. It's still not quite slowing down enough. Keeping it 55. So I'm applying here. Just a minimum set 6-pound reduction from 90 psi to 84 psi. There we go. Now the speed's coming down, which is good because we've got another reduction coming up in about 2.5 miles to 40. Start dropping the dynamics off here. Should be holding us back enough. Just leave it on the absolute minimum there. Get us down to 40 a lot sooner than I wanted it to, but well, we're gonna release. These days they frown upon using the air as much as I like to at this point. And the reasons for it make sense, but they also don't. They want you to use the dynamic brakes as much as possible. And it saves the wear and tear on the brake shoes and the wheels, but it's just not as effective. You can't stop a train with your dynamic brakes. Dynamic brakes, for the uninitiated, they turn the traction motors into generators. So as they spin, they're creating electricity rather than drawing electricity from the generator or alternator, depending on if it's AC or DC. But as such, that electricity creates resistance as it's being generated. But the electricity has to go somewhere, so it's turned into heat and blown out through the dynamic brake vents on resistor grids. So this is, let's see, I've got, but as you start slowing the train down with the dynamic brakes, which they are very useful, they help to keep your speed under control, but they lose their effectiveness when you get down to a slower speed, because you're no longer creating so much electricity, and the weight of the train is able to overcome that, because there's not as much resistance. Let's just give it a couple more notches here, since we're decelerating so much. Oh, that's no longer an approach, that's now an advanced approach. Which means the next signal will be an approach signal, which should be a solid yellow. Just pulling, and with the rear units are doing nothing. Brake for a while. They were doing a good majority of the work there before I decided, like, helping to keep us going up that crazy hill. 40 and half a mile. A reduction of 35. About 2 miles. Dynamic back in place. Bunch up a little bit. Typically, it's good practice too to use the dynamic brakes in conjunction with the air brakes. But yeah, they frown upon using the air brakes because they they create a lot of heat and wear and tear on the wheels and brake shoes. But even more importantly than that, apparently, there are some claims that doing a running release, which is releasing the train's air brakes while you're moving, can cause a derailment. Which, I mean, yeah, if you're in the right circumstances. But in my opinion, it's all about using your best judgment. And nobody has better judgment about the train and what is right and what is wrong to do and what's see that crossing than the engineer. Except in my case, because apparently I'm an idiot, wasting too much of my energy talking and not enough paying attention to what's going on around me here, which is the key ingredient in not causing disasters when it comes to the railroad. Ever vigilant must the engineer be. You gotta know where all the signals are, what their aspects mean, every mile post, every mile marker, control point, every switch, every speed board. On top of that, you gotta know what they all mean while juggling this mess of controls too. So, it's fun. And that's not even being facetious, that's just the truth. In my opinion, it's fun. Good exercise for your brain, keeps you sharp. The kitchen. Can't handle the heat, stay out of it. Can't handle the pressure, stay out of the pressure chamber? I can't come up with a good one for that. Stay out of the boiler. Looks like we are slowing down a little bit too much again. We do have our reduction of 30 coming up too. Just to keep everything pushed together. Because as you go down the hill, if you're just applying resistance right up here from the front of the train, obviously the rest of the train is going to come bump into you from the rear. And that's called buff action. Another big part of being the engineer is controlling that buff action, as well as slack action, which is the jerking motion that can happen when you accelerate from the train being bunched together and buffed like that. It creates excessive wear on couplers, the frames of the cars, and it can break things. If you you're sitting in the yard and ready to pull out, and then you just put it in forward and you pull the throttle all the way back into notch 8, and you call it a day, you kick your feet up, you can't expect not to have a bad time. Things will break. And it may not be the engine, but it will still be just as expensive, I'm sure. Back in the old days, cars used to be made out of wood, and that buffing and slacking action could literally splinter them. So, today, cars are all made out of steel, from their underframe to their body, and everything in between. That doesn't mean you should abuse the heck out of them. It's still expensive and dangerous equipment. Everything's big, and everything will kill you. 8:30 here. Slow down in time, but it's fine. It is fine. Brake line pressure a little bit more, apply a little bit more air brake. It's not airing the way it did before. There we go. Now it's reducing speed just a little bit. We're coming down to 25 in a mile and a half too, so we'll keep on slowing down. Let's see. Now we are here. There might be a train ahead of us too. You'll notice we're purple now on the screen because we're going over this posted speed limit by 3 miles an hour or more. Now that we're under 33, it doesn't care. Instead of releasing the air brake, I'm just going to reduce the dynamic brake. To help reduce the rate of acceleration or deceleration. It means we're slowing down slower. If that makes any sense. We want to keep on slowing down, or at least keeping the speed about the same, but we don't want to do it too much faster, or we're going to be far below the speed we want to be going. If that happens, then we have to use the throttle again. So that's another thing they've got restrictions on these days too, is there's fuel deck, or different places, different railroads will call it different things, but they basically put restrictions on your train as far as what the highest notch you can put your throttle in and stuff is, and that's for sake of them saving money on the fuel. Which, I mean, okay, I get it, but you make billions and billions of dollars a year. Calm down. $6,000 in fuel price is just chump change for them. You know what I mean? Let the engineers drive how they want to drive. Let them go as fast as they need to make sure everything's on time. Because otherwise they're just losing more money and making people unhappy, because nobody likes when their packages are late. Everyone likes when their packages are on time. So if I'm hauling the mail, Mama Vanessa over in Chicago, Illinois is waiting for her new pink vibrator to show up. She's not going to be happy if it shows up a week late. that means that the package carrier themselves is the one that's going to take the blame for it. So USPS, FedEx, etc., they're going to be the ones who receive the complaints from their customers. Then they're going to turn around and look at the railroad and be like, well, what the heck? We trusted you guys. And if they just shrug their shoulders and say, I don't know what to tell you, then they lose the contract with the company and lose lots and lots of money. Fortunately, it seems we live in an era where everyone kind of anticipates everything to show up later than it says it will. Fortunately, unfortunately, it depends on your perspective of things. From a business standpoint, it's like, okay, good, they'll cut me some slack. From a consumer standpoint, we think about it like, oh, well, but then if you really think about it, you're like, well, why is that? We shouldn't let this keep happening. That's not okay. My standpoint on it is more of a, what can you do? What can you do? I mean, if it's happening consistently, yeah, that might be an issue, a cause for concern, if you will. But if it happens every once in a blue moon, it's like, okay, well, shit happens. Especially when you consider all the other factors, like you might be using tracks that belong to someone else. You know, Burlington Northern Santa Fe is running a train on Union Pacific territory. Union Pacific's obviously going to give their trains the all clear before they give BNSF their trains the clear. Their business takes priority. But if there's no other way to get to where they're going, other than using someone else's tracks, it is what it is. Not much can be done about that. And that's part of the issue that Amtrak is having all the time these days, because they own almost none of their own tracks outside of the Northeast United States. They own the Northeast Corridor, and it actually only just started becoming profitable right before COVID hit. I don't know about their profits now, but I would assume they've probably tanked again. But yeah, for the first time in 40 years, Amtrak made some money. And then COVID happened, so there's that. But yeah, they're using everyone else's tracks to get people where they need to go. So people complain when their train shows up late. But you have to anticipate that because they don't own the track. And if it happens on the Northeast Corridor, it's because their tracks are shared with everyone else, and it gets congested real quick. But again, it's kind of a what can you do scenario, because you can't very well just say, okay, you can't use my tracks anymore. Especially not in that side of things. If NJ Transit was all of a sudden no longer allowed to use Amtrak's tracks, it would not be good. Do they own a lot of their own tracks? Yeah, sure, but everyone's trying to get to New York City, which is kind of the focal point of NJ Transit. So if they lose that, they lose a good majority of their business. Starting to get down to 23 here now, which would have been great a couple miles ago. But now the speed limit is 25. I want those extra 2 miles an hour, and I want them now. Okay, there we go. Okay. at about 25 on the dot if I can. It's a tricky business though. Trying to regulate the dynamic brakes with the rate we're slowing down already. It's not always easy to do. That's approach coming up. Train ahead of us is going off onto this track now. This is the part where things split off. This is pretty much all shared track between BNSF and UP, but here it splits off. This is the BNSF side things to Sanborn, and this is the UP side, which goes to Ansel, right here. And these are basically still two parallel lines to each other, but this one goes straight to the Cajon sub, whereas this is where the BNSF side takes you to their yard here in Barstow, which is where we're going. Let's knock off the dynamic brakes a little bit more. Alright, now we got a clear. We got a defect detector coming up right here. These are nifty pieces of equipment too. I'll get into them a little bit as soon as we get through here and hear the transmission. This should be the last UP one we go through.
UP detector milepost 377.0, track 2.
Right. Now, defect detectors use all kinds of computer technology and some lasers even some more analog stuff, which is just a flap that detects dragging equipment. What they do is they use lasers and temperature sensors to scan the temperature of each axle as it rolls over, and if it's above the ambient temperature by a certain amount, I forget what the exact number was, but it's like over 100 degrees, then it sets off an alarm in the detector, and once you set off that alarm, the detector sends you the radio signal that will tell you you have a defect. Hot axle near, and it'll rattle off a number, which will be the number of the axle on the train. It won't give you a car limit or a car number, it'll just give you an axle number. And it's not always accurate too, it can be approximate, but that's why they say hot axle near. But then they also have the flaps for dragging equipment, so if they've got, say, one of these cut bar levers disconnected somehow, breaks off, and you drag it down here, it'll hit this flap, and once that flap is down, it sets off the alarm to the detector. And it tells you dragging equipment. Dynamics. Still slowing down too much. Take it down to 1, see what it
UP
does.
detector milepost 377.0, track 2. Stop your train. Stop your train. Hot box at axle 294. Hot box
There you go.
at axle 300. Total axles 300.
Two hot
Ambient
boxes?
temperature 62. UP detector out.
That's not good. Alright. I was hoping that I wouldn't have to deal with that. nobody likes the actual process of having to deal with this, but 2 hot boxes. Wow. Good thing I was just talking about the defect detectors, though. It's kind of perfect timing if it had to happen. Just take it down nice and slow. Right. Brakes and release. And really with the hot box, all we really can do is, oh, I see. The engine brakes. There are 2 engines. Oh, 'cause I forgot to bail off the brakes. That's alright. I wanted to talk about that anyway. So yeah, these are obviously quite overheating. Excessive brake wear, I would assume, would be the proper way to diagnose that. So, I wish it would tell me what the temperature of these axles was, like it would do for the freight cars. If I were to click here, it tells me the highest axle temperature right there, 194 degrees. But that'll be going down anyway. Now that we're sitting already at 191. So yeah, I guess I could talk about bailing off the brakes now while we wait for those to cool the hell down. So when you apply the brakes on the train with the automatic brake lever, it automatically applies the brakes on all the cars on the train and all the engines too. So as you can see here, I've just released the independent brake on the engine, which applies just the brakes on the locomotive. Oh, okay, I guess we're gonna start moving again then. Well, I mean, whatever, I guess. Brakes are gonna cool down as they're gonna cool down anyway. So you can see, got 11 pounds of brake cylinder pressure that was on there because I applied the brakes with the train brake. And it's good practice to bail that off by pushing down on the independent brake handle. That releases the brake pressure from the engine brakes on all the engines on the train because, as you saw, they overheat pretty easily and they can cause all kinds of issues with buff and slack action too. If the train applies the brakes on all the cars, including the engines, okay, we really need to start slowing down now. Including the engines, everything is going to slam into the engine, and it's going to be pounding on everything. Not good. Also not good is that I just went 10 miles an hour over the posted speed limit, which is grounds for an FRA decertification. But we're going to ignore that. That didn't happen. It's fine. It's fine. I don't know how deep it is about on this thing, though. Beeps on the other units, too. Wrong. Red. Okay, well, I had to give the train brakes here quite the application. Oh yeah, see those rear engines? I forgot to bail them off. If I hold down the bail, so 44 will drop to 0 eventually. Yep, there we go. They are still smoking. but we're gonna ignore that because it's not that important anyway. We're gonna apply the independent brakes, release the train brakes. Give this a second to recharge though, because I don't wanna lose all my air pressure. So I'll let that recharge for a couple seconds here. Brake line now, and the main reservoir is on the engine. And that's all in this compartment under the radiator. The radiator right here. There's a big stinking. I should stop moving so fast. There's a big stinking fan in here, and that blows on the radiators, cools them down. Back here would be the air compressor. Sand compartment back in the very rear here as well for applying sand to the rails. This would be the intercooler compartment right here. So you got your exhaust here and the turbocharger is right underneath it, and that uses the exhaust gases to pull in more fresh air, but then it also takes everything and circulates it through the intercooler, which is basically another radiator to cool the air. Here would be your, I believe this is the engine air intake on the GEs. This is your dynamic braking vents. I might have that backwards. Not quite a GE expert, more of a GE guy. But yeah, in here would be your main engine itself. And then everything electrical will be up here. This would be inverters on some locomotives. Typically you've got battery boxes and air brake compartments and other electrical stuff. Under the cab, this would be your air conditioner if I'm not mistaken. And this would be the fuel tank down at the bottom between the wheels. This is gigantic. It's typically about 5,000 gallons on modern locomotives. Intercoolers for the turbo. Since colder air is more dense, that means you get more air per air. Exactly. That is 100% correct, Spudster. It's good to see you again too, buddy. Because fire likes air. Yes. Yes, it does. That is both a good thing and a bad thing when you consider the amount of oil that goes through the turbocharger as well to cool it and keep it lubricated. That can make for quite a disastrous combination, especially on a GE locomotive. GE makes toasters. Haha, funny joke. Okay, I made it. Alright, now, in case you didn't see it spudstered, we were stopped here because I forgot to bail off the independent brakes on the rear engines, and yeah. But we're going to ignore that, and we're going to keep moving along because the air rushing through the wheels as we move should help to cool it. And I ain't got time for sitting around and waiting for it otherwise, so. We're just going to move it right along. Start decelerating very quickly too. Yeah, that was my problem. When you put on the dynamic brakes on the lead locomotive, it locks out the independent brake. It does not allow for brake pressure to be applied to the cylinders on the locomotive. But because I have the DPU fence set up, you can start slowing down. Come on. I have the DPU fence set up, so the rear units are just idling here instead of also being dynamic braking mode. So when I apply the train brakes, they got their air applied. We're slowing down nicely, which is good. The speed limit here, for whatever reason, despite it being relatively straight stretch of track, is 25. I'm assuming it's because of these crossovers here at Mojave Yard. So these crossovers are. This goes to the Trona Railway, if I'm not mistaken. They used to use those nice old Baldwin's dinosaurs. I think now SMS Lines has them. At least the ones that are still around. Now we're down to about 25. Approach. Medium clear, I think. No, that's an advanced approach. See, these signals are so inconsistent. Advanced approach on any other part of the line. I think it's the BNSF rules that change it, but I think the UP rules is just flashing yellow. It's an advanced approach, which means your next signal will be an approach. So yeah, here's the yard for Mojave. All the cars that go out to the Trona Railway go here before they drop them off. I believe UP doesn't drop them off themselves. They typically just get, yeah, a bunch of potash hoppers and coal hoppers. I wonder if those are going there actually. LOP51, yeah, I believe so. LOP51 OCI, I don't know what industry that is. I think LOP51 and LOP52 are the trains that go to and from Searles Yard, which is way out in the sticks. Once you go out this way, it is just in the boonies. And there's a couple industries along the way. I believe one of them is Alpha Explosives. It might be this one. Let me see if I can. I'll post tags on. There we go. Industry. KWS. I don't know what that one is, but I know one of them out here further that way is Alpha Explosives, and they yeah, they serve them along the way. Yeah, that's not going to be us today. Jesus, it's a lot of tags. I think it's so many. I think it's dropping my frames. Holy crap! Yeah, I'm down to 40 FPS because of all that. Wow. No post tags off. Extra tags off. There we go. Now we're back to 60. That's crazy. Because of all the different tracks there. Now, slowing down too much. Typically having a locomotive pretend it was manufactured by Rocketite isn't a good thing. Rocketdyne, yeah. Yeah, typically that's not a good thing. I was talking earlier about the GE AC6000 CWs, which are the ones that use the HDL engine, which has the twin turbochargers designed in Germany. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, oh boy, it's no wonder they got rid of them, or downgraded them at least. Yeah, Run 8 is very optimized. Yeah, absolutely. It really is, honestly. Especially with the most recent version here, version 3. Train stack. Looks like mail. But yeah, the twin turbochargers in that thing must have been biggest fire hazard slash pain in the ass to maintain. The turbo seal's going bad on, most GMB locomotives, often as it is, and then they pull in cooling and lubricant pair together, and it just makes more fire. There's also that a lot of GE stuff likes to build up carbon in the stack with the pre-electronic fuel injection engines when they were using the mechanical fuel injection on the FTL engines. They tended to get stuck injectors, and they would get stuck in the open position, and it would pull in way too much fuel, which would not all get burned. It would turn to carbon in the exhaust stacks and just the biggest fire hazard. It's kind of interesting because the joke Tarkov is a very authorized game where you turn off auto jump and your FPS goes from 40 to 120. You're kidding me. You're kidding. That's crazy. I've never played that game, so I'm not familiar with that, but that's wow. Imagine turning off auto jump to get a frame boost. Just that brings me to my core. Especially with this. Like, this game, it really is very optimized. Graphics aren't, the most brilliant thing on the planet, but that's kind of intentional. The game has been in development since, let's see, the first version 1. I got that when it released in 2012, 2013, somewhere in that range. So back then, everything was even more primitive. Oh, you should have seen the coupling and stuff back then. Just the couplers in general. The textures were blue. But now they're much better looking. From that time of the game, a couple of them good. But I've had attempts where I've installed the DLC with the installers that were from the version 1, not the version 2, and it pulls in the old couple of models. And I think I've fixed it so that they don't show up anymore, but they were just the most disgusting hunks of pixels I've ever seen in my life. These are all of them good. But yeah, they were on like Amtrak stuff and some of the other freight cars that they had as DLC at the time. Trying to see what my hill is looking like. It's still downhill. Just the cutest little downhill grade. Speed is now 40 miles an hour. I can't imagine how that is something that actually happened. Yeah, that's nuts. I can't imagine how bad the code would be for auto jump to be that bad. Obviously checking every frame. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it would probably be scanning everything to see if there was an obstacle in front of you that needed you to be jumping on, which is apparently the least optimized way I can think of doing something like that. I'm not exactly the world's greatest coder by any means. No, I code in Gary's mod. That's about the extent of my abilities. And, I dabble in a few other languages that, I can do a little bit. I'm not a complete idiot when it comes to that stuff, but the way I would think to do it would be to put some sort of a marker in the framework of the map, so that when you get to that point, it would recognize, okay, you can't get up here unless you jump. So then it would then kick in the auto jump and make you jump. That's the way I would think to do it, but not like an AI scanning every frame to... Yeah, that would be very CPU intensive, I would think. And then when the CPU VRAM, and that's probably where the frame drop would come in. That's nuts. Like I said, I'm not the most coder-minded guy in the world, but that's just insane. I can't imagine that. Who came up with that and said, yeah, this is fine, that's a good idea.
BNSF sector milestone H-1-3.0.
If you're going to develop a game, you have to have some semblance of coding knowledge to be able to pull it off. So, how that was came up with beyond me. We're good for our maximum allowed limit now, which is 5, because we are low shenanigans. I guess we can go into check several positions of how the player lets you jump up on every frame. Yeah, that makes sense. And just still 40 to 120. Yeah, that's insane. That hurts my brain. That hurts my brain to just think about. Like, people make mistakes. That's fine. Not judging that capacity. You know, especially if it's like you have the first time you do it or something like that. It's not too familiar with it. Man, that's I'll never forget. I still have the Imperius mod that I used to use for even don't have it. But there's a screen that is typically back there. The driver interface display, I'm not mistaken, or diagnostic interface display, I think. It might be either way, the DID panel. And my dumbass, back in the day, was like, how am I going to get it to display what I want it to display? So I just made this table that would take the file path for every material for the font for each letter and number, and it had it set up in a table so that it was like, okay, well, if the letter down here is going to be N, then it's going to take, models / proper textures / DID font / N. It's going to, translate that. But for every letter, I had it doing that. It was just like, I knew it was awful when I was doing it, but I was like, I'm too lazy and inexperienced to come up with a better way to do it. So it stayed that way for the longest time. I think I might still have the original copy of that. It was just the worst. It wasn't like it affected your frames or anything like that. But it was just the most inefficient way of doing it. I might not have fixed it, actually. I still have to get around to it. I know there's even better ways of doing it now. I wonder if I can find the code. Whoops! I'm fired. That's a red signal. This is what happens when you get distracted. See, I've got it on. I dumped it. I've got full automatic brakes. I've got full dynamic brakes on. Done fucked up. Too busy talking about coding. Alright. Right, well, now I can see the emergency brake recovery procedure in operation. Take the reverser, you put it back to neutral, and you wait. Oh, it already is done? Okay. Okay, that was much shorter of a time than I was expecting it to be, but anyway, I I'm gonna just gonna take it back. Just screams out, Turkey. I believe my cat Kentucky wants some attention. This is when you slam it in reverse and notch it. Yep, pretty much. Ah. Look at this big guy. Oh, look at this big orange guy. What? Now. Back past that signal. We'll stop again. Oh, he is just kicking everything under the sun. Come on, go on, slip over. There you go. Say hi, bud. He's sniffing the tripod. I got the camera on. And now he's stepping on my mouse. Wrong mouse, bud. That's not the kind of mouse we want you to hunt. Right. Should put up on merging the chocolate one into it's my bad. Nobody died. It's important. Didn't break anything, probably. It's gonna break my nose, bud. He likes to bonk. Hi, buddy. Your breath stinks. Your breath stinks. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, your breath smells like kibble and ass. What you been eating, bud? Oh, kibble and ass. Yeah, I know. You're so handsome, though. Get rid of that eye boogie. Get rid of that eye boogie. Yeah. Hi. Hi. Handsome guy. We'll just pull back up to that signal now. And then we'll pretend like nothing happened. Right? So what else can you do? Now you tell me my ride will be canceled. Seriously? Taki, you're in the way, bud. You're in front of my screen now, handsome boy. up now. Now that the show is over. Oh, Tucky V. Oh, getting down, bud. There he goes. He's gone. All right. We're waiting on at least one train. Positive train control implies the existence of negative plane non-control. Negative plane out of control. Yep. Yep. When self-control gets the better of you, and the intrusive thoughts give in. Alright, yeah, I guess I can probably... Well, let me check our temperatures and everything here now. Yeah, everything's much cooler than when we were going through tunnels a while ago. We were looking at the about 200, 205 degrees for everything. Manifold air pressure, air temperature was about 80. Yeah, now we are much cooler. Temperatures for the traction motors are coming down now. They were at about 240 if I'm not mistaken. I wonder what their limits look like. What their ceiling, if you will, is the GE 752s. I wonder if they're like 300, 300 degrees or something like that. Yeah, so like I said, the graphics on this, like, they're not the greatest thing on the planet. It's not the most beautiful game in the world. You've got stuff like this. But I mean, when you pull back, you hardly even notice it. It looks pretty darn good, in my opinion. And it's, of course, been improved upon, too. Especially when you think about stuff like Reshade, which is compatible with this game. And I do have that applied. I've got a preset for Southern California weather, basically, for sunny California. But yeah, the textures, when you really get close up on them, yeah, they look like shit. I'm not gonna deny that. But you don't get that close up to them anyway in most cases, because you shouldn't be that close to a train regardless, especially if it's moving. Guess I'll dim the headlights. But yeah, this is the new coupler, which again still doesn't look great, admittedly. But I wonder. Shoot, I gotta find a siding or something maybe. Hey, I can just put it back further in this siding. There we go. Yep. But yeah, this one still has them mixed in. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Like, there's the new one. It's in there somewhere. But what the fuck is that? What is that? Brother, ew. Brother, ew. What is that? Boom. Anyway, yeah, I love the new stuff they've added in recent days too. Like, let's see. We've got the Viewliner, Amtrak Viewliner cars now. That make consists like this. Phase 3 is best phase. So that's really cool. These are the cars that you always see going down to like Florida. I don't know if they're really used on this side of the country, on the west coast there. I haven't seen them used in that sense, but those are one of the newest things. And we got the MP15 switchers. These are so cool. And they even have transition and stuff. And we've been needing a good NCAB switcher in this game for a long time. So the fact that they finally gave in and gave us these is awesome. I love these things. Everything about them, from the single chime horns to the transition that works, the engine sounds that are upgraded for me now because I have modded them. I want to see why exactly it is we're stopped here anyway. Looks like we got something coming through eventually. We might be here for a while. Unless... I wonder, actually, if... Because he's going in there, from the looks of it, unless he's going that way. I don't think so, though. I'm pretty sure he's cleared. Yeah, he's going this way. Looking at the signals. So he's coming towards me. So, okay. Yeah, that's gonna take some time. Where is he anyway? On the other side? Oh, wait, what's that? Oh, there he is. I'm guessing this is the train that I'm waiting on then. So now we play the waiting game. Oh, he's a big bag. Probably hauling the mail. Old Santa Fe trailers. They're so cool though. Oh, and what's this? Something else on the rear. Bill stacks. Mixed mail train then. All some semblance of intermodal. Say that they have a designation, Stockton. Yeah, it's probably trying to see what that train symbol is. Oh, can't see green. I can't read that. It's a weird color. So let's see, I'll just Z alt still on. Okay, I don't know if I've got this one being the most updated one. Alliance, Texas. So that's coming from Alliance, Texas, going through to Stockton, California, according to my main single directory. Hi, Pensacola. Hi, Pensy. You wanna say hi? Wah! This is the Pensy girl. For those of you that haven't seen her yet, she's made several appearances on the stream. Wah! Wah! She's a Riley little one. She wants to go, go, go. Does not want to hang around with Dad. Alright, fine. I see you. Yeah, you. I'm looking right at you. I'll remember that. When it's time for you to get treats, I'll remember that. I'm kidding. She gets all the treats. Who am I kidding? She'll get them all. Plenty of them. And catnip. Because I love her and she's a good girl. Even when she's bad. Oh, look at this. See... You see what I deal with? I don't know if this is gonna show up on the camera. Doesn't look like it. Not really, at least. A little bit. Huh. You left your hair all over me. Yeah. You got your hair all over me. And she didn't want to sit with me, but she's sitting right outside my office door now and just looking at me. You don't want to come in here and hang out, but you'll sit out there and hang out. Okay, got it, got it. Stinky, stinky, stinky girl. Yeah, you too, Maggie. Yeah. Cats in heat can be the biggest pain in the ass, but she's just so disagreeable about everything. She basically likes me and that's it. Anyone else tries to touch her, they will get mauled. So, we take her to the vet and say, yeah, we want her to get fixed. They're gonna take one look at her, they're gonna see that she is aggressive and wants nothing to do with us, and she's gonna send her home. Pack her up and send her home. Nope, not touching that. No, I can't really blame them. Oh, so you don't come over, but Pensy does. Okay, I see how it is. Oh, there you go. I'm giving the classic extended fingers to sniff. To sniff and for to be sniffed with. Come on. Let me pet you. I want to scratch your ears. I want to scratch your ears. Scooted away. Bye. Cats, man. TOFC train. Yeah, that's what that was for sure. Sorry for the delay. I was too busy tending to cats. You know how it is. They're my daughters and sons. I'm a father first, streamer second. Yeah, so nothing on this train has any location or industry tagged. Which I guess it is what it is. Just trying to get it to Barstow anyway. From there, it's someone else's problem as far as tagging and sorting it. Yeah, I don't know, man. Sorry, but I don't really care for this. I don't want to wait any longer. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. I got places to be. People to entertain. Are you not entertained? You gonna give me a clear signal now, or am I gonna have to bother you again and piss you off? Tell me you're gonna ride another fucking train. Oh my god. I will end you. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, well that one's going up. This one's coming out. Another one coming this way. Hopefully he'll be able to leapfrog me around somebody. Because if not, I'm going to be very upset. Very upset. Otto, you are for to be very upsetting. You are for to be very upsetting to me. Just gotta go full bore hit. You're asshole. You're a big asshole guy. Sometimes a trained monkey could do a better job being a dispatcher than Otto. And sometimes he's skilled beyond the comprehension of any human. But today, I am conflicted. He was doing fine. There we go. Alright, he's back on my good side. Made the way back to my good graces. Good man, Otto. Off we go. That's one of the nice things about shooters. Toss him back to notch 5 and then give a shit. It takes so long to load anyway. By the time you start loading any significant amount close to the limits of the traction motors, you're already accelerated enough that it's dropping the load off anyway, so. Amps are already dropped. 15, notch 5. Go to 8. Don't be late. Come on. Look how many shifts it gives. I'm already dropped. Another 750 amps. I almost had you. Play this game. I try to grab her. She runs past me. Super fast. It's all from her. But, doing the booty scoop. Constantly gaining left bar. got her. I got her. Swimming cat. Maggie, you wanna hit the button? No? Not unless it's self-destructive. Huh? Maggie likes chaos. Majesty. The bringer of chaos and confusion. Foretell what I do. Who's that? Who's that? My wife says she looks like a Muppet. Like a retarded Muppet. Got your toes. Got your toes. Got your toes. She's not that. She's not that big. She almost let me put my palm on her head. Just in time. That approach signal. So, what's the deal? Why are you giving me a red here, buddy? If you think you're pausing me here... what's this train? This train? Oh yeah, this train. This train. Pausing me here. Let this train here come all the way through, or this one. Honey, you got a big storm coming. What are you shoving your face into my foot for, ma'am? Oh, there she goes. Bye. Freak. Oh no, she's hissing. She is hissing at someone. Just the sounds I hear out there. She runs off. Stopped. Let's see what exactly it is we'll be waiting on here, because I have no idea. This train's going this way, so am I just waiting for him to clear so I don't have to waste time pulling into the siding, or because I'm confused. This train's going that way, so he's routing him into the siding instead of just... I mean, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know what he's doing. Not my job. Oh, look at that. Already got the clear. Alright. Guess you know what you're doing after all, Otto. I'll let you off the hook this time. As long as I get the clear, I can do it. Jake, don't be late. Them cats screw stuff up and have a terror. And OMG, how we're running left hand. Yeah, well. It's the way they do things out here. The sidings are on the right hand side. What is this? And the main line is the main line. Besides, there's nothing obstructing my view, and I've got a conductor. Everywhere else, there's no left hand. Really. Treasure siding. Watch? I'm not wearing a watch. And just so we know, so we're all aware that that screenshot that I just took, it even came up that I screenshotted it, but I screenshotted the guy's face. What's going on in Discord? Nothing. Just like with every conductor, there's the trainees. Okay, got approach medium coming up. Got a train behind me. Got a train in front of me. I wonder what's gonna happen. It's probably gonna throw this one into the siding, keep me on the main. It's gonna be the other way around. Actually, yeah, let's see what train is this? Because that would be the telltale. If he's a Q train or a Z train, I'm done for. I'm cooked. Use another H train. I'm also H train, which means we have equal priority. So, I don't know. I guess whoever gets there first gets to take the main. Which looks like I'm going to be taking the lead on that. Because he's already got everything aligned. Yep. Kinda can't change his mind too well now. War bonnet. With the signature GE Burns. Haha, there it is. Yep. Actually, it might just be oil splotches, but no, there's definitely some burning in there too. Yeah, this thing has seen better days. The orange air conditioner has been swapped out or painted at least. My goodness. But the vent hasn't. The intake vent for the air conditioner. Warning, hot air may be present. Yeah, you don't say. Hot air may be present. Is there hot air? You don't know. Yeah, this screen. This is the screen I was talking about that I made the E2 of. I can't push buttons. Not while I don't have control over this train. Rats. Oh well. Going your own way. Watch the accelerometer do its thing. PSI on the rear DPUs. It takes time for any signals to get to the DPUs on the rear. These things are easier for, if I'm honest. Local power is stored here for some reason or another. Some cars back there. I thought those were trailers though. Besides, out here by what, Boron, I think? Sanborn, Bissell, Edwards, Sills, yeah, Boron's over here. This is, LCal 611's territory, if I'm not mistaken. That's that train's jurisdiction for the local traffic. L for local. Cal, I guess it's just because it's California. 0611, I believe that's the milepost. I believe that's the milepost in the vicinity it's working. I could be wrong. I know that's how the CSX does it. Beautiful stop there though. Not stopped yet, but and now we wait for everything else. Which, I guess he's got him in the siding there. What's going on here though? I don't know if he's gonna have this train pull out. This guy carrying on. Which is probably what he's gonna be doing considering the other train's facing the same direction here anyway. He's not going anywhere. That's why. Unless he's gonna bring me to a stop and have this one pull out, but I'm pretty sure this is... That's a Z train. This train should have priority. What are you doing, bud? I'm gonna try that switch. See what it does. Still nobody's got a green signal here. Come on, Otto. Figure it out. Oh, you must make a decision. Who will move and who will stay? This is your mother speaking. His mom has a very manly voice, I guess. No judgment. No judgment. Can imagine if they ever went through with the MK Ultra thing. It's just like everybody can do it. Just using that as your way of getting the dispatcher to do what you want him to do. Control his mind. Make him think he's just hearing the voice of God. Really get you into trouble that way, though. You have to have anti-MK Ultra devices in the cab. If they could, I'm sure they would have cell signal blockers in there too. But they can't, because these rely on that. The DPU system relies on it. And they've got phones that they need to be able to use too in an emergency, so Well, I'm sure they could. The unions might have a fit about it, but they'd probably break and cave to their demands anyway. Sips tea. No, it's coffee, but you get the point. It gets the point across. Anyway, now that we're sitting here playing the waiting game again, hurry up and wait. It's the name of the game. Whoever waits the fastest loses. What are we doing here? Auto? Do you realize you have several trains waiting on you, right? Come on, buddy. Do something. I wonder if it would let me do it. Just off window. Dispatcher.net. Oh. The right choice. Anyway, let the Z train go first. Okay, but what? Still realign the switches I just threw to. No, no. Why are you? Where do you think he's gonna go? This train behind me is now going to be pulling up directly behind me. You got this train pulling out directly into me. Otto, you frustrate the shit out of me. And I've got a clear signal. Are you sure? I'm just going to obey the signal. Any repercussions from here on are not my fault. Unless... Wait a minute. Oh, I see. I'm a moron. Lost. Oh, man, we had auto stopped. I don't know if that's how it works. I'm pretty sure all the units on the train are going to go into auto stop mode. I'm pretty sure the dispatcher is coded to screw you over in every way possible. Yeah, pretty much. It sure feels like it. If it's not, it sure feels like it. That's it. I've done this wrong thing anymore. without actually breaking the law. Yeah. Yeah, if you were to cease all radio communication, push. But if you just sound pissed off, but he's communicating it, you know. He's a rude asshole. Shit. He's not breaking the law, he's doing his job. Honestly, that's probably the way most adventurers seem to do it. I mean, not always. There's some that sound cheerful. That's always nice to hear. Think of it. Quiet. So let's see. Actual thing. Set up perhaps cooperates. That's right. Okay, so it's pulling into that siding. Well, you know what? Just keep going, see where this goes. Might be a little longer stream. And what I'm with it. But you know what? Winging it is the name of my game. Yeah, there you go. You heard the woman. One away from 50 subscribers.
Router 65, go ahead.
Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. Word of mouth. You know somebody who might like my streams?
On there, man. You said first out dag it, and then I lost it.
Floor control. I always forget to sell out.
What's your leader, please?
Only get one half of this radio conversation. Dispatcher side.
Okay, let me start rattling some cases here. Thank you.
Start rattling some keys. So it sounds like somebody is stuck in Daggett. Daggett. Hear the conversation because the radio feed is like that sometimes in certain places.
Router 65, go ahead. Over. PowerTrain steps. Yeah, I think you're just waiting on a train and pulling a main 2, and then it's going to get better. That's what it looks like at least, but work with BS, please. BNSF 7263, security did call me. He did let me know that he's in the clear. Ready, router, Fresbar, over.
7263, that's wow. Our
Fresbar,
report
I'm
number
going
is
to get you in receiver 2,
7264.
receiver 2, part of the house, please.
I thought I heard him say security. I don't know what the deal is. Yeah, I guess I'll sell out a little bit here while I'm waiting for the line to clear up for me again here. For me to complete stuff here. So yeah, just for those of you that don't know, I stream every Tuesday and Friday. Tuesday is Tuesday train day. We do it from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. typically. But today we're running a little longer because why not? Also, Friday, next Friday and Monday, we'll play something typically not train related. There's some exceptions to that, like this last weekend, last Friday, we played Derail Valley. Yes, it's train related, but yes, it's also fun. So it's not so much simulation or work. Stretched. All right, and here we are. Oh man, I got something in my eye. worst. You ever get something in your eye and you can't quite pick out what it is and you can't see it? Because it's in your eye? Can't see it because it's in my eye. It makes me have to have my eye closed. I can't see what it is. As long as it's not like a fish hook or something. Christ. I'm sure worse fishing accidents have happened. Somebody not looking where they're casting.
Better bore on R1. R1 when you get here.
What exactly am I waiting here then? That is the question. So, back on the east end of the Z train that's ahead of me. And I got this other train here. What's this? This one's going the other way, I guess. This is the head end of this train. Oh, look at that. Some KCS units on the lead on this one. Catch these while you can before they all turn red. Anyway, so let's see, we got LPK, OIG. That's going Oil City subdivision if I'm not mistaken. OIG. Check my handy dandy list again. OIG. Oakland International Gateway. And the other one was... what was it again? It's going to Oakland. Where's it coming from? LPK. LPK is Logistics Park, Kansas. That explains the KCS units on the lead. Let's see. We're still not moving. Neither of those trains is moving now. Okay. Well, what's the deal? Wow, you're just taking your sweet ass time deciding what's going on here, ain't ya? What's going on over here? That's the rear end of this train. So he's pulled into that siding. What do we got going on here? So we're coming to a stop. Yep, got this train coming at him. No, I guess this is gonna be the way it is. Oh, look at that. Bloody nose.
That's 250 to the ZLCLT. That should be 6905, over.
Sounds like his radio might be crapping out on him.
EP Mechanical, EP 6905.
Stuck in the silt.
EP Mechanical, 6905.
UP6905 is not answering. Jesus Christ. You just had him. What's going on, man? Gotta be having some sort of radio issues. Or he's in the shitter. Alright, well. What the heck is happening here? You know what I mean? Like, this guy, he's going in the same direction as me. These two guys, he's going that way. This guy's going this way. This guy, I think he's heading this way. So this guy has to clear both of these trains. So he's probably going to take this guy, this grain train, set him out that way. I guess he'll have this guy go this way, unless he's gonna have him. No, that wouldn't make any sense. And he's gotta have that guy go after him.
Roger, stopped all red, main 3, guard entry, marks the signal, and ready to go back to your train, main 3 over.
Man, this is such a clusterfuck. Wouldn't surprise me at all though if this is the way it is on the real thing. This subdivision's a fucking mess.
After stopping BNSF 4588 at Barstow, you have authority to pass stop indication, yard entry to main 3 over. And that's the pass stop indication over. Correct, over.
Oh, sorry, C44 ACCTE.
Avalon, come in.
That's just got so much of a nicer ring than attached on it.
Avalon, verify train by location.
Mechanical bell. Fix that. Dash 9. Dash 9. Trash 9. Trash 9. For some reason, by default, these all have evals. Now I like the same horn too. A-9. I think that's probably the standard that they had, if I'm not mistaken. That radio's begging for its life. Yeah, it sure is. I feel like if they... Does the team have any plans for steam locomotives? I feel like if they did, it would do incredibly well, but it would also be a very high bar. So, a long time ago, they had Southern Pacific 4449 in the works. They had it modeled, they had it, like, in testing, if I'm not mistaken, and then for whatever reason, they decided not to release it. I was very sad when I found out about that. I wonder if I could find on the Internet Archive, because they had their old website, they had images of it even, or at least for some of it, and they had like information about it and all that stuff. I was just so upset that they got rid of it. I think they just decided they were going in a different direction with the simulator and making it more focused on the modern day stuff, which, you know, yeah, of course we could argue, oh, well, they got the Steam specials, they could have, you know, the employee Steam special for BNSF with 4449, but I don't know. I think if they did that, everyone would want to drive the 4449, and yeah, it would be a mess. Everyone would be driving Steam for the multiplayer stuff. Let's see, I'm gonna do more selecting for this.
Mechanical EP 6905.
Which could be doing RS radio, why not?
Hey, yep, go ahead there, guys.
I don't know if it's the radio that sounds sick or if it's this person.
Yes, VLC on the 25th.
Army dispatcher, BNSF 8013 West over.
Might be both, if I'm honest.
Signal indication.
I appreciate that, guys. Check that out.
23 Barstow.
Got two going at once.
Thanks, Mojave dispatcher.
Well, let's see how long this is going to take, I guess. Because, like I said, yep, he's sneaking him out this way. Now he's got another train coming that way. You better keep him there and get this guy the hell out of here. No, because I'm not feeling like waiting. I'm just gonna accelerate this process a little bit. Can give him lunar signals because that's all it'll let me do. But it'll at least start the process because I'm so close to finishing this run at this point. Barstow is right past here. And then I can just pull into the yard and call it a day. Oh, that's assuming this yard is not full. It better not be. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be full? Full of everything under the sun. Christ. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. There's no room in this yard for me. Well, first of all, what the hell are you doing in here? These double stack cars. Are they due to be unloaded here? No, they can't be. Right? It's not even an industry. Unless I have to import them again. Which I would hope not, but
Mojave dispatcher, BNSF 4588, over. And I missed it if you went through, just want to verify, are you back against your train main 3, Barstow, over.
Okay, let's see. That did not do anything. Okay, well, I'm getting rid of this then because Jesus. I'm probably going to be pulling my train to the yard right here. Let's see. Where is this? This is down here at the bottom. I believe it's that one right there, yeah. And then I should be lined into this yard now. Right there. Okay. If I just double click here too, it'll give me that, my destination block. And now I guess from here, Auto should be able to route me right there.
250. Go ahead.
Come on now. Let me see now.
Okay, copy that. No RH, no key train, got helpers, cutting off a mile with signal indication.
Yeah, I think from here I'm just gonna. Yeah, it is. Is this just a coal train? One hell of a coal train. I should be able to make it from here though. I just get so lucky. I guess this is an interchange with the what, Arizona Railway maybe? Oh no, this is boron. Okay, yeah, this is the borax plant right up here. Okay. So that's the OCal 0611 right there, I bet. Or RCal. I don't remember which it is. But yeah, I guess this is for cars to spawn, maybe, for the industry. LCal 0611, yep. So that's the local train that handles these cars coming in and out of boron and out of the borax plant. Borax is a cleaning chemical, cleaning component. Apparently this is the biggest plant for it. So this guy will be pulling towards me if I'm not mistaken. Oh, I might have it clear now. Yep. Alright. Now I gotta wait for my engine to boot up a little bit here. Got my trailing units though, so they should be fine. They should be more than enough to start here. I'll start this one. Lost 8, don't be late. Get there. Now, hopefully, it won't take too much longer. Around this guy. This guy.
BNSF Hector milestone 788.0.
Side as opposed to the east side. The BNSF side against approach is solid yellow over solid yellow. This side is just a single flashing yellow. I think that one makes a little more sense. I also think that BNSF's train classifications is in the train numbering or train symbols makes more sense. Cipher. As long as we know what all. No, that's an approach. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I'm just an idiot. It's not good.
BNSF Hector milestone 788.0. No defense. Repeat, no defense. Total axle 300. Train speed 43 mph. Ambient temperature 74 degrees. Out.
Sharing that one on my Discord just so you know, hon. I just shared it in the channel Discord right now. Southern Bell units. It's train up there. People waiting a long, long time now. That's fine. basically this crossover, or whatever you want to call it, the siding speed. We're at the other end. Well, not actually like Chicago, Northwestern Foxtrot. Right. Forward in there, follow him maybe? I don't know. All depends on what dispatcher's looking to do. Because, come to think of it, this UP train shouldn't even be here. He should be on the BNSF, or on his own side, on the UP side. But, whatever, I guess. It is what it is. So yeah, he's coming towards me then. He'll be coming at me. just crawling because of that lunar signal I gave him. Well, you know, Otto, you could have given him something a little bit higher, but well, I'm actually moving at a good clip, I guess. Good to know. So, I'm just gonna give him another lunar. Won't let me touch that one, but yeah. So that way you can just keep going. Oopsies. I may not have run the signal just by a little bit. Should have been uphill grade, so yeah, I was gonna say I should be able to just roll it back, which is good because if I had to reverse it, auto would have canceled my routing. Because for whatever reason, if you just coast in reverse like this without moving the reverser, he still thinks you're going forwards. He doesn't screw with it. Which is good in this scenario. So yeah, we're gonna pull back. Wait for clearance. Clearance. Roger, roger. Boom. Now we wait. And while we do, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. So, whoop whoop. Be right back. Okay, I am returned. Now, still waiting for the red to clear up. Really wish it would already because technically clear. Yeah, I'll take a restricting. Do anything. What you want, Maggie? What she wants. Finally just said that Maggie looks like a skippy toilet. I don't know if I'm proud or ashamed. I can't even grab her to have you guys judge. Now she's gone. The second I move, she runs out of here. She knows what time it is. I'm probably trying to grab you. Isn't that right, Maggie? Yeah. Heaven forbid I show you some love, huh? More like a skinny toilet. She's just skinny. Jesus Christ. Boing. Where did that come from, huh? Did that just fall from the sky? Looks like she's gonna throw a pickle at Maggie. What would you do if I threw a pickle at you? I'd scream! Like that. Scream like the distance go. Oh boy. Just the noises this cat makes in the background. It's just too much. audio came through because I had my headset off the whole time. But yeah, we're auctioneering her off for 300 apples. Overspeed. Catch up now. 529. Oh my god. 45 miles an hour over the speed limit. Better slow down. Stop pulling up that carpet with your nails. Yeah, that's right. That's what she does when she's happy. That's what she does when she's not happy. It's just what she does. Get out. Which might want that logic. Still doing the same thing. Just straight ahead of them. Which means I'll have to delete him too. Wherever he is. Actually, no, this train's not. I was gonna say. There's one train that was ahead of me that was going for Barstow as well. I don't know where the hell they went. But I think they're long gone. Whatever. Not my problem anymore then. Oh man. I guess I can't do that anyway. Yeah. I was gonna say I could run myself through here now, but no, I can't. No, I can't. Not with these other trains in the way, at least. At least this guy's not, ahead of me or coming at me. He's going uphill with this ridiculous coal train. What? You gotta be kidding me. This is what happens when you're too rough with the damn train. You gotta be freaking kidding me. It's the curse. It's the curse of PowerTrain. Put too much power on the train. Excuse me, sir. I could have sworn I just saw that coal train inching up. Like, no. Alright. Throw it in reverse. Didn't it say there were 2 broken knuckles too? Come to think of it. Yep. Oh man. Just these 2 boxcars. They were not liked very much by this train. Alright, this car. Right in the tank car. Unprotected at 25 miles an hour. Because who gives a damn? Connect those air hoses. Fix this knuckle. That angle cock. Release the train brakes. Open this one partial. And full. About 1 car to go. There we go. Connect. Open partial. Now, go full. All right. Now, good. Now I'm gonna have to call dispatcher again now. And then chose put to power in reverse. Save my station one. Keep your shorts on. Tucky, what are you screaming about, bud? What are you screaming about, buddy boy? You want attention? You want some lovin's? He gets very cranky if you don't love him up. Yeah, he sure does. And then he starts swinging his big butt around and bumping into stuff. Knocking stuff over, moving it around. Yeah. We get it, bud. You're huge. You're huge. You're a big, scary guy. Big, scary living room lion. Ah! Oh! Oh! Goodness, I feel purring. Oof. Why do I still have red signal? No. Don't bump into that bud. I said don't bump into that. Not on that, bud. That's a computer. Don't knock it over, bud. You're too big and strong. You're gonna break it if you bonk it. It's gonna fall over and you're gonna break it. cry about it, bud. You're so scary. What is it? Huh? What is it? What is it? Did Timmy fall down the well? Old Orange? Old Orange. Come on. Come on, Stinker. I... Your butt's too big, bud. Your butt's too stinking big. Ah! Ah, the big butt. Too big and too stinky. And yes, this is how I interact with my cats all the time. Tucky? More like yucky. Nice there. I've never had cats before these guys that were so vocal. They just are not afraid to tell you about everything. Every little thing. They'll tell you about it. This should be the last siding we have to get through before we finally make it to our destination. Right here. Got BNSF Q memory. Okay, that's from Memphis. I'm sorry. Yep, Memphis, Tennessee to Richmond, California. He's a Q train, so technically he should have had the priority here. But today, I am the dispatcher, and I am first. Good luck. The shitter dumper pipe. This is probably one of the best done models in the game, honestly, the X270. how far away I am compared to there. Let's find out, shall we? 1, 2, 3. No. I was hoping it would have been closer than that so I could do the how many chunks have to load in before you see my train. How many looks does it take to get to the center of Tootsie Pop? But yeah, no, the answer is far more than 3. Oh well. I think this is the curve I was coming around before, so I should be up here somewhere. Yeah, there we go. There I am. Swoosh. Love the dog. I really had the opportunity to get a good look at this train entirety. That is the NS unit, a long way from home. What happens though? That left detail all the time. We recently found a stray and she was the most talkative little thing I've ever seen. Oh yeah? Yeah, I had cats pretty much all my life. Growing up, the ones they had were never really very vocal or weren't very talkative. Um, the one guy was Nigel, probably my favorite. He was a big orange guy, just like Zarky over there. But the only time he would ever really meow or make any kind of noise was right before he would throw up. He would let you know he was getting ready to throw up. You hear them? Yeah. Every cat owner knows the sound. They know that means to get the paper towels. Or in my case, with carpeted floors, the carpet cleaner, scrubber, tooling thing. It's just so much fun to do. I'm not exactly a squeamish person either, but like sometimes I gag a little bit. It's the worst. The joys of owning cats. Those don't quite make the list of joys, but they're part of the experience for sure. Ducky, what is it, bud? You've been crying over there for so long. What's the matter? What do you want? What do you? You're not going in the closet. You're not going in the closet, bud. Go in the closet first, not in there. Oh wait, I think I know what it is that he wants. Keep a cat carrier around so I can put Maggie in there when she's being really bad because she gets aggressive with some of the other cats sometimes. It's like her cage, you keep her in there for an hour and she calms down if you let her out. But for some reason, Tucker just likes to hang out there sometimes. He's sitting over there yelling, but
BNSF detector
the door was closed. Now he's leaving.
766.0.
What a pain in the ass. You're a fucking pain in the ass, Tucker. How many miles it was to go to Barstow, because it really isn't that far. At least not if you look at the map. I'm just gonna
BNSF detector milepost 766.0. No defects. Repeat, no defects. Total axle 300.
there we go. Now it's clear.
45 MPH. Ambient temperature 76 degrees. Out.
Cat right outside. Gotta give up. That train wasn't good at this point. Just let them sit there for think of it. Which way is this train going? I think he's going. Oh no, it's this way. Yeah, it's this way. Just gonna dispatch a little bit because I can. Yes, actually. Signal currently unavailable. You know what? I'll just use dispatcher not done that then, because Barstow terminal. That's going to be for the receiving yard. And then Barstow yard. Where is that? Here we go. Why is it throwing the switch? Also, Sweatster, I was just thinking about it, that stray might not be a stray. She's really talking. Something I want to know about cats meowing. Some strays typically don't meow, it's a behavior they pick up on around us, communicate with us. They'll make little burps and chirps. But purring too. Purring is a behavior they pick up on us. Barstow. That'll be the end of it. Unfortunately, our end of journey is within sight. Hinkley. Stop and save diesel number 2. Number 2 diesel fuel, huh? Gasoline, diesel, Food Mart, ATM. Oh man. Man, I wish we could get those prices back. $2.35 a gallon for premium. What's funny is when they first put this this texture into the game, I bet people were like, "Oh man, it's too high. Oh, I can't believe gas prices." Yeah, no. 10 years in the future, then. Jesus. Like $4.09 a gallon. Premium's not far behind. It's like really beating something up right there. Like nuts. Couple miles, which should go by in the blink of an eye at 40 miles an hour. Yep, there we go. That's the entrance to the yard right there. So another 2 miles or so, I'd say. 4 miles. Oh, it's oh, warning. Speed warning. To the left. Set it to like cruise control. I can just set it to whatever speed I want to not go over. Won't let amps increase to allow for me to go over that speed. Oh boy, it's kind of cool.
Didn't think we were going to be doing that today. Or any other day. I didn't really see that being a thing that happened here. But here we are. Coming in hot.
Break coming.
Going up. Into the yard. Hey again, Eugene. Just finishing up here. Going to the Barstow yard now. Ready to track it. Park it up and call it a day. Tie it down. Right over there, right over that overpass. power yet. Just about enough power to get over some of those grades. Hedging the loop area there, so accelerating or decelerating close to the combination. Kind of right on target there with the power on the one. These two are really going to work out today. Just giving it everything they had. Yeah, we're on this distance there. About 1,800 feet. Feet, 600 feet, 500 feet, 400, 300, 200, 100, 50. Boom. Right, stop the distance counter now. Just wanted to make sure we were totally in here before I started applying any kind of air breakage. Go off the 100. Do some calibrating. Keep it nice and stretched. Notch or two. Great. Set. Stop here. Just double check that we're totally in on the rear. Oh yeah. We're good to go there. Brake, idle, neutral, fell off. Just give it a full set there. Let that do its thing. Alright. Well, we made it this time. We didn't manage to send the train into the great big rails in the sky this time. Unlike last time where it literally deleted itself because the forces were too not so crazy. So that's going to be it for today, guys. That has been H-BAKBAR1. We have managed to pull it into Barstow Yard. If you liked the video, give it a like. If you like the channel, please give me a subscription. If you wouldn't mind telling your friends about me too, if you know anybody who would like a channel like mine, please by all means do. That really helps me out. So Remember, I stream every Tuesday for Tuesday Train Day and every Friday for Friday Fun Day, where we do something probably non-train related. Streams last about 4 hours typically, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Tuesday and 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday. So I hope to see you next time, which will be this Friday.